Do you have any sense of how long it takes you to do each little guy? I'm not. Yeah, probably around 14 hours. Something like 14 hours. It's really depressing. To be fair, I haven't worked on these guys since last time I painted. I had to. I had stuff, but yeah, it takes a while. It actually should. I talked to a guy who paints also, and he said it should take about um should take about um in the area of 5 to 6 hours max if you're going all out. So I'm about more than double that. So you're dedicated. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think just the way I paint is not. It's there's. I could probably do a bunch of little things to save time, and it would help. Um, but I paint very straightforwardly. I think. Um. Oh, you know what? I know why this guy took a while, and it just hit me. I know why this guy took forever. Oh my god! I just realized. I didn't spray paint him. He was completely black when I started, and because the other units I spray painted, not spray painted, but I had the little airbrush, and I used a darker version of this paint to start off of for like the first layer, and that's why I was like, man, this one is taking forever just to get to this point. But that's another one of those time-saving things. The rest of them I gotta prep. I'm gonna prep the way I did the other ones. I'm not gonna paint them the way I'm doing this one. I'm gonna paint them more. I was wondering. I'm like, man, this one's taking forever. Yeah. I also like on my day off. I played the game called. There's a game called Inside. It's a side scroller. It's like one of these artsy fartsy games where it's like very like artsy and you're going through like there, it's a puzzle kind of a game, but it's the art in it is like very very crazy, like not crazy but like the way I like it. It's very dark and oppressive and stuff. It's just, and I kind of want to use that game to kind of sort of use that as the direction for my art style kind of as I go on, because I like the lighting is so much in that game. Like it's just the best game ever in terms of aesthetics. I think it's like I've played it before, but for some reason it didn't have the same profound effect it had on me now. So I'm going to, like, when I get back to, when we circle back around to drawing eventually, I'm going to use that as my North Star for my art style. Future Will says, good morning, morning. Nice. I'm almost embarrassed to talk about how long these take me to finish. Almost embarrassed. Because I don't think anyone else has taken this long. second, I'll be right back. Okay. Had to blow my nose. Might have to do it again. Ugh, I hate that. Can't live my life. I can't just live my life. I have to blow my nose. Okay. Where are we at? Oh yeah, but I do feel like I'm having breakthroughs on the programming frontier. I think things are starting to click a little bit. I mean, very little, but somewhat. Going to wait. Man, I'm going to. Wait. I'm gonna go to a wake this evening. Really don't like those. What is a wake? What the? What kind of clubs are you into over there? I don't know what a wake is, but doesn't sound good. What the? Really don't like those. A wake is a funeral. Is that a different word for a funeral? A wake? Is that the case, or did you just misspell it? Like what? Oh, is it really? I never knew that. A wake is apparently the same word for funeral. Yeah, I've never been to a funeral. Never been to one. I don't have a suit either. And, I don't even plan up to showing up to my own. No, I'm just kidding. We got your Gothic Uncle Eric. Your Gothic Uncle Eric. Mostly unfamiliar with the Tau. What model is this? This is part of a strike team. This was part of an army that my buddy bought like a million years ago. And we're just finally swinging around to finishing this. But they're a regular. This is their standard infantry. This is their standard infantry units. Kind of like these are the Tau. The Kroots were a different story. They are under they're under the wing of the Empire, so to speak. The Empire. Well, they're not an empire, officially speaking. They are collectivists or something. I try and think of funerals more like lifetime achievement awards. You know what they should do is like have like one of those on a projector, have like the stats scrolling through, like when you die, you have like how much water you drank, like how many hours of like how many hours you wasted doom scrolling. Like I want that. Like your ranking. Hope you don't have to go to one anytime soon. I'm in no danger. No one ever invites me to go to it. No one. I don't have a crap load of I don't have like a bunch of extended family here, so it's not like there's no one that's like, you know what I mean? No. I can definitely sense the difference from like cuz I didn't spray paint his armor for or airbrush his armor a standardized color. It's almost just getting the decent coverage is hard. Like I can still see that like I need to put more layers on this to get it to cover properly. It's kind of crazy how much effort it takes. And that's with a darker layer already underneath this. It's kind of that's this crazy part is how much paint I have on here and it's still not covering it. I definitely need to like remember to airbrush them like an undercoat to kind of get things started. Yeah, this yellowish color on black is like... Get ready to spend some time covering this. Even though it's not like true yellow, it's like kind of a darker yellow. It's still taking forever just to get coverage. But it is what it is. I forgot to spray it, so here we are. Not sure about that. I've come me to see that funerals are the one place where extended family members have a chance to see us, see us, wait, see and gossip. Hmm. Holiday scented soap. Welcome. Nice. How many tile do you have left? Oh geez, this is like the 5th one of their actual standard infantry. So yeah, it's not moving super fast. To be fair, I got really distracted this week and I had a lot of work and I had to finish some stuff. Yeah. I've had like one thing come up after another that I had to kind of take care of, so now I'm getting back to the painting. But like I said, I need to just finish this project eventually, even though it's... What's crazy is like I'm not used to having... Usually when I tackle a project and I put a bunch of time into it, it kind of gets finished. But this has a way of it just doesn't get finished. Like it just has a way of just lingering and lingering. I respect the detail you're putting into them. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Foro's gonna need to create an android to keep going. And that android will build another android? Yeah. That would be convenient. Let's do... Are you going to paint any of the Tile Maxer suits? Yeah, I have 4. That's the other thing. After these like little Tau guys, I have 3 smaller suits, and then there's 1 big one and a tank, and then 3 of those like disc things. So there's like, even after these guys, there's still like plenty of stuff I need to finish. But I figure if I just keep chipping away, like, if I just keep doing, like, eventually it will... Like, I did finish the... Sorry, I forgot what I was saying, but, What the? Floatar! Floatar! What the? I'm digging the creamy armor color. Yeah, I wanted the it's supposed to be like their desert camo. Let's do... Shout out. Wait. Shout out. Lotar. Alright. Unrecognized command, but how? Shout out. There we go. Alright, yeah, how's it going? Yeah, this is what he's supposed to look like when he's done. Because that's what we're like going for. And you can tell the differences though. See, because I didn't spray this one down before starting on him. I'm having a really hard time covering the... Man, I might have to strip the paint and start over. Just because the difference is so staggering. The difference between like this figure and that figure, they look different because there was no undercoat here. I mean, I can eventually just do it, right? Like, I can eventually just make it look more like that. Like, if I just spend enough time, but man. Even the darkness of the lines there isn't as dark as, like, these ones because paint got in there from the spray painting. We will just continue. Need some highlights for sure. Does not compute. Yeah, what were you? I drew some polar bears today because it's too hot here. So I'm drawing cold things. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, it's been getting a little warmer lately. It's been getting warmer. You know, not too bad. Like, I've been getting through the days without using air conditioning still. Like, I'm still being very... I'll say frugal. I'm gonna use like a nice word. I'm being frugal, but I'm definitely like I'm paying the price. Like it's. But yeah, that was a big. That was a big mistake not to have done the. Not to have done the prep the way that on the other figures. Draco, we can add some powdered sugar to add some frost. True, true. Oh, for the polar bear? Did you prime them differently? No, well, I primed and then I had I had a airbrush. Oh, like I did this desert color, but I did it like a darker as a first layer before I started painting. That's why it looks so different. Wamu, welcome, man. How's it going? How's it going? It's hot and humid in Austin. I'll be dying without AC. Yeah, You can't do it everywhere. I'm in Illinois, so we can get away with it still until probably next month. I think next month I'm gonna have to get the air conditioning for the dog. Because like once it gets up into the 90s inside the house, that's when it's like it's no longer feasible for me. Like I'm uncomfortable the entire time. Like as long as we're in the mid 80s inside the house, I think like not having air conditioning is doable. But 90s is not. Time for some dinner and workout. Oh, you're working out? Nice. I think I'll need to turn AC on next weekend. It's still around, it's still about 80 Fahrenheit, 27 Celsius inside, which is on the border of tolerable long term. Yeah, I think 84 is like when you notice that it's hot inside the house. Like it, and then 93 is when it kind of, I remember like last year, 93 is when I was like, okay, I'm definitively uncomfortable and I don't want this anymore. So. As I've been really thinking about buying, I've been thinking about buying one of these electric scooters or these e-bikes and just start using that to go get groceries. I'm gonna have to call my insurance company too. I had like my insurance was like low, let's say, and I put my bikes into storage, like quote unquote, because I'm not riding them. So instead of having like liability on them, and they're just like in storage, like they're like on the insurance policy, but they're like basically legally stored. And my insurance bill almost doubled after I did that, and now I need to call them and like, how's it more expensive to keep them in storage rather than have liability on them? I just don't understand. Like, and it's like once I had my insurance company. They gave me a fee for something, and I called them and I'm like, "What's this about?" And we went back and forth for a few days, and then they said like, "We'll get rid of it." And then I'm like, while I'm here, let me go ahead and get rid of my bikes. Just take them off the account. I'm not going to be riding them. They're like, well, let's put them in storage. It's going to be cheaper to have them like not on the policy, but they're like, you're paying a few bucks to keep them, like, you can reactivate it whenever you want. I'm like, alright, that'll drop the bill, right? I look back, my next bill is like double, almost. And I'm like, it just seems like they don't, it's like, they're just, I don't understand how they don't know. All this talk about heat made me look up the hottest place. 129 Fahrenheit in Death Valley, apparently. Oof. Yeah, I don't know what that is in Celsius, but yeah, 120. I mean, I know 93 is when I'm like I'm uncomfortable and I want it to stop. You know, I think you have to be like pretty healthy to like just exist and be. I think part of it is like electronics, or if I had like a little house, if I had like a little house in the woods or something, the temperature would probably remain kind of the same. If you have like a little trailer or something in the woods, like, because it kind of maintains the temperature in there under the brush of the trees. But since I have my house just getting laser beamed and electronics inside of it, you just are just getting annihilated after a certain point. Ren says, I have an e-bike and I would rather ride that to the store than my car. Well, I see, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. That's the direction I'm thinking of going. Like long term is getting some sort of an e-bike situation going, because or a scooter or something. Just start. The only reason I don't get rid of my car right now, the only reason I don't get rid of my car in terms of like having it be available to drive is because of like my work. I have to go do stuff with my car. But other than that, if I had an e-bike situation or something, or scooter or whatever, I have a grocery store that it's close enough to where like it would be very feasible to get there in like a minute or two. But walking, it's like 20 something minutes. I went to the pet store and my new snail's got a fun bike ride in my back. My new snail's got a fun bike ride in my backpack. Are you using the snails for like an aquarium? You know what? I have an aquarium upstairs that my roommate left. I've never done anything with it. Maybe I'll get some snails going. Oh, my tobacco seeds came in, by the way. We'll see if they grow or not. I dumped them into the ground, so hopefully they take. But if not, it's okay. I'm gonna grow my little economy, I'm doing Stardew Valley, but real life. How's your cup of dirt growing? Oh, the little what do you call it? The little glass lasagna for like the food. It's like a food thing. Like it's like those plastic containers, but it's a glass. That's what I've been using for my grass. It's going all right. It's doing its thing. It seems like it's not. I thought the whole thing would get covered in grass, but it didn't. And I think the roots of the current grass are preventing new grass from growing. But also I'm watching the progress, and it seems like the grass is now making those like little offspring, like there's like little seeds growing. So hopefully like when they drop into the ground, that'll sprout. Like I want the whole thing to get covered in grass, like a little patch of grass. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for, but I need new seeds to sprout. But I don't know, we'll just kind of keep an eye on it. It's just grass and just weeds. I'm just watching them grow. Like the nice thing is if instead of specific flowers, you just grow like weeds and grass in a pot. It's hard to like, it's very resilient, and you don't have to take great care of it. It just, grass and weeds like kind of like are good at survival. So it's the only plants I can grow competently. That's why I chose my friend's grass and weeds as my choice of growing. World's smallest meadow. True. Yeah. Exactly. Bring cigarettes back into fashion. Doing your bit for the kids. I like it. Nice. Yeah. We got Erota. Thank you for the emoji. Erota, thank you, thank you. Augusta says, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Yeah, I think it's cheaper and easier to grow weeds than, like, specific flowers that are, like, kind of, you have to give them specific kind of conditions. It's resilient to hostile and oppressive conditions. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I've already talked about this, but the movie Backrooms, I really enjoyed it. I really liked the Backrooms movie. There's nothing more beautiful, elegant, and chic than smoking. Nice. I was talking to a buddy of mine. So here's the plan for the tobacco leaves, right? I was talking to a buddy of mine, and he said when he worked on a plantation, it was like a tobacco plantation when he was a kid. He said that they would put tobacco leaves, kind of like the dip pouches, into their cheek, and they would get nicotine that way. So that's my plan, is to like make my own dipping pouches. I'm gonna smoke a little bit of it too. Like, I'm gonna dry out some leaves, I'm gonna try and smoking it. But you know what I mean, just as a byproduct of what I'm doing here. But the main goal is to make my own like little leaf pouches for nicotine consumption, because that stuff is expensive. But if I can create my own, I don't know if I'm being too silly, but it's an interesting experiment, and if it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well. You know, I'm not like gonna turn this into a whole project or anything. It's just a goof, and if they grow really fast, I'm gonna have like little dipping pouches, and if it fails, then it fails. It's not a big deal. Oh, I wanted to also say, I know I talked about this a little bit ago, but the game Inside, I replayed it last night, and I absolutely loved every second of it. The art style, I feel like that should be my North Star for what I should try to achieve down when we swing back around to drawing again down the road. Uh, it actually got me excited to think about drawing, to be honest. Like, I wasn't really excited about drawing, and now that I like revisited that game, I'm like, that should be what I try to achieve. That should be like the North Star for my like kind of vision for how things should look. Especially like the lighting in that game is just insanely incredible and like very good. It is a depressing art style. Like, it's kind of like how I draw, just a lot of darkness and just, you know, all that good stuff. Augusta says I just need to buy some fertilizer, or at least make, I don't even, Inside. It's just called, it's made by Playdead Studios. And the game is called Inside. It was a spin-off of Limbo, because the original game that kind of inspired that game was Limbo, which is another like one of these artsy fartsy side scroller games that like with like this dark tone, like it's like very dark, kind of like art style. Very creepy, kind of like nightmarish, but it's kind of has like its own kind of dystopian beauty to it. So I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. It looks really beautiful. I didn't have the courage to confirm it, but I think I committed self deletion in the long dark. Oh, I know the map. I'm well equipped, and I'm going to walk in the middle of a blizzard. Grave mistake. Oh, that's the game you were. Yeah, you keep bringing up. What is it? Is it like what? What do you like about it? Because you've brought it up now like 1,000 times. I'm assuming like sounds like you're a really big fan of the Long Dark. No shade. I get it. I have my go-to games too. I have my go-to games. Making a little bit of progress with the programming, and that's the exciting part. If I can push that angle and actually kind of start to program myself more in the game, then it's going to give me the confidence to keep going. Yeah, the coverage of this yellow and black kind of like I'm starting to understand what like it was like it was such a big like it was such a good decision to to do the spray first to get that layer in there because like oh my god, this is like session 2 of painting this guy and I'm still just covering the base layer for the armor color. Like that's so crazy how long it takes. I know that. Nice. hard to explain because there isn't another game like it. I love this game because it's random. Every time you start the game, there are unpredictable challenges. See, I really like that. I really like that concept. I was kind of thinking of that too, and this is like Dreamscape Dreamland right now talk, but having a game where, like, sort of in the same... Let me turn this down just a little bit. For myself here, just so I can think. The music is a little too loud. I was thinking like just, and this is like dream kind of like future, like this is kind of a concept I wanted, is like in the same way where you have like in Helldivers, you have like, let's say you're like, I want to play medium difficulty, I want this planet, like whatever, it's ice planet, and I want these attributes to the faction I'm fighting, and it kind of makes a randomized version of that and drops you into a random scenario where you could have, things could go your way, or they could like really not go your way, but you could still win in theory. Like, right? Like, kind of like in Helldivers, you kind of get a random-ish dice roll, and when you win in that game, you get an incremental improvement on your faction, on your overall faction strength. So, like, even if you lose that map, you still get to, like, push your kind of, like, faction forward just a little bit, percentage-wise. Either you get, like, this upgrade or that or whatever, and then you get to re-roll the map, and, you know what, do you know what I mean? It's like, it's not like what I don't want is, like, I think this is, like, where strategy games are going wrong, is every strategy that comes out is essentially, you versus player, and you go head-to-head until one of you gets eradicated. And I think a lot of people I know want to play strategy games, they just don't want that experience exclusively. They want to have a thing where you're tinkering with your faction, you're fighting the enemy, but it may be like you're pushing through with your friend against AI that's sort of tough, but not too tough, and you guys are talking and just kind of like solving this issue of how you're going to take out the AI. But it's not as intense as like a StarCraft game where you get in and you're like, it's like pure sweat for the next 40 minutes, and then it's over. And it is intense, but you're seeing that people not want to play that. I think people don't want that experience. Like, there's a point in time in your life where that experience is what you want. And I think people would play RTSs if it was more like what I'm describing, kind of like this sort of media, like it's RTS chill kind of, like, it can get intense, but like in the same way where you can set Helldivers to a lower difficulty and you're just kind of chilling and going through the map, clearing the map, like that kind of thing. I think that's kind of what I'm aiming for down the road. What the? It's beautiful. You're 100% wild. You're in a 100% wild place in a climate negative 50 degrees, and you have to force yourself to walk through the middle of immense, desolate landscapes and find bare essentials for survival, clothes, food. I love it. Total War is like that too. Each game is unique. I think I agree. I think Total War is a good example of a game that, yeah, I know you can technically lose, but I found that even on harder difficulties, like once your empire gets to a certain size, you can like just kind of muscle your way through all the little factions. You just chip away at the, you know what I mean? You just kind of show up and you chip little pieces of land away from everyone until you grow to a size, and then you can like really muscle your way through the map. And yeah, I think that's kind of like, it's just the reason I don't play Total War games is they take so long. You need like 3 days, like you need to use vacation days to play Total War to like really get into it, and you know. Whereas I'm aiming for a more of a 20 to 30 minute experiences at a time kind of a deal. I'm gonna go get some vinegar really quick. My brush is getting gunky, and I need to have something to clean. I need to pour some vinegar into this bottle cap so I can clean off the brush. I often prefer to play the first 50 rounds of Total War. Right. Yeah. I think that's why I never finished the big map just because of or I did once on the Rome Total War, but after that I never did because it gets to a point where you know you're gonna kind of muscle your way through the map. But actually, Attila Total War had some pushback. Like, well, the one with Japan did a really good job on because past a certain point, like once you take over so much of Japan, all the factions gang up against you, and it's like you're in a last man stand kind of a situation. And Total War also had that. It seems like because I was starting in Europe, and it seems like all the countries would kind of gang up on you a little bit too. Like they got a lot stronger towards. But I get what you mean. Like there's a certain point where it's just like, well, it's just a matter of time before I win, and I do kind of stop the game at that point. Why? That's why I really like Warhammer and Medieval 2. It's cool when an overpowered invading army arrives in the late game. True. Yeah. True. Yeah. Let me go get some vinegar. I gotta clean up my brush a little bit. What? Yeah. Runner Beans! Hi, Augie. Welcome. Diddy 17. I can't remember if I walked away with the brush, or did I bring it with me, or did I... I think I set it down on the countertop. 1 second. I think I did set it down. Alrighty. Okay. Nice and comfortable. I've been here a while. Nice. I can't remember. All the days are blending in, you know what I mean? Yeah, you might have said something, I might have just missed it. The problem with Total War is that they're not fans of innovations. I think that's true. I think it's stayed relatively stagnant, but I don't know, man. Like when I think back to Medieval 2 to now and what they've done with Warhammer, and now they're doing 40K, and you compare that to, say, Call of Duty, that's had near zero innovation, or like wall running, right, or something like. It's like no, I can't say that either. I think Call of Duty has been the least innovative, but has had some innovation. Like with the only thing I can really think of is like the movement system, the whatever their terminology for their new movement system is, which does feel different. They tried to do like a war zone, or like not a war zone, but they try to copy Battlefield. With I actually respect, like they try to do like where you have a big map, you have AI soldiers running around amongst the normal soldiers, like people. And I thought that was really great. It wasn't a great game. It didn't. it didn't really do anything for me. But like, I respect that they tried to do, because that's what I was saying. I loved about Titanfall is having operatives that are AI that you know are AI, and then you have real players. So it kind of turns into like a little MOBA where you have like little AI people. You're trying to kill the real people, but for the weaker players, they can go kill the little fake people to do, like, they have something to go do instead of just feed the enemy deaths all game long, you know, like in Halo 3 where you just have one player that just keeps going in and just feeding the enemy team. So that gives that person something to do other than just die over and over again. Where was I at? Sorry, I went on a little tangent. And many of these concepts aren't good. In Attila, they invented the concept of burning the city during battle. Yeah, they can. The cool. I think the advantage of. Was it during battle? I mean, I guess my big issue, like that kind of stuff didn't bother me, or like I think that. Okay, let me formulate my thought. This is my problem. My only gripe with Total War, in terms of like Attila, is like when you're playing sort of early Germans or whatever, or early Slavs, they should not be in battalion formations. They should be sort of more or less like a horde running around with axes. They shouldn't be necessarily like a unit. It should be like you select a clump of troops and send them in to die. And then you have another clump of troops in this force, and you like having them be like in these like sort of late European style, like these are the spearmen or these are the X-Men. Like that's like, I know they have to organize the game in some way, and they did it within that infrastructure. But I think like they should have done like when you're playing the like tribes that are like obviously like early militaries that are like tribes basically. They shouldn't have like sort of strict formations. I think that would have been a good innovation, as like if you choose to play, you know, factions that are like not advanced yet, and as you go through the game, maybe you become kind of like the Roman Empire, where you do have like the shield walls and all of these like flag bearers, and you have like sort of identifiable units on the battlefield. Then you can advance in that direction. But I think when you start off early, it was kind of like, it's like, you know, that was my only gripe, is like having these like early barbarians be in sort of strict formations and stuff like that. Warhammer's a special case. Yeah, but look, I mean, they did do it. Like, Warhammer was a huge deviation from their norm, and it wasn't like they took a Total War game and painted it Warhammer. It felt like a different entity that had some remnants of Total War in there. Like, it didn't feel like they just reskinned some faction into orcs and said, here you go. Like, it felt like a differently structured game from the ground up, in my opinion. I thought they did a great job with the innovation there. Which is like, if you look at Call of Duty, they've never taken that big of a leap, ever, in my opinion. They could create barbarian people, but remember that in Europe, creators of the highly lethal elite cavalry were Germanic peoples. You can have cavalry, I'm just saying that you can have all that. I'm just saying that they didn't fight like the Romans, and in the game everyone fights like the Romans essentially. I'm not saying they weren't effective. The argument isn't that they weren't effective. I'm just saying that they didn't have those tactics. Like, I thought they did okay with like the Mongolians, because you do the whole, your cavalry runs up and then it runs away and it runs up and it runs away. Like, they did all that really well, kind of like representing them. But I don't know. I'm asking for a lot here, because you'd have, how do you structure that? What I'm asking for, like, how would you implement that? You have to restructure a lot of the game. But I'm still gonna complain because it's, Fun. Wait. Wait. Almost. Damn. YouTube compresses video quality so much compared to Twitch stream. It might be a temporary issue. Like sometimes it'll do that. Sometimes it'll do that. I'm not sure. It could be because I'm streaming to 2 platforms. Who knows, right? Who knows? But yeah, I think Twitch overall is probably more consistent since they focus on that, and I think the YouTube is like it's. I think they went down the road of like they're trying to be more like they know they're not winning right now on the streaming front, so they're focusing more on the short content, and so they're just like just whatever we need to take away from the stream to just have it be there, but like just don't. Like if we need the bandwidth somewhere else, just do it. Runner Bean says hello, Kula. Julio, Mr. Poros, and chat survived another meeting that should have been an email. Nice. Welcome, Julio. Welcome. Augusta says it's difficult to create something without ruining everything. In Rome 2, Germanic peoples have mini guerrilla warfare stealth attack bonuses, but who wants to play exclusively on defense force maps? True, yeah. Yeah. True. That makes sense, actually. Well, thank you. But I'm glad I make sense once in a while. Oh, but by the way, has anyone seen Backrooms and wants to talk about it? By the way, thoughts on yesterday's cinematic with Emperor? Yesterday's cinematic with Emperor, I think the one with Gilman for New Edition was just slightly better, but it was so hype. Backrooms again? Oh, I know. I keep circling. Well, I'm hoping one of you will see it so I can talk to. I did talk to a friend of mine about it. And I think we agreed that strong opening, and I want more. I haven't seen the movie, but feel free to nerd out about it. I will, but I need to maybe wait a little longer till people funnel in and watch it. So, because if I talk about it right now, I think it's a little early. And what was weird too is like the people, like it was me, a 35-year-old, and everyone else that went in to see the movie was like 12. Like it was all these like annoying teens talking, because like it's just the audience for Backrooms is like younger than like what I think I thought. I thought Backrooms was liked by people my age, but actually like it's like little kids were trying to watch it. Um, yeah, the cinematic. The cinematic you're talking. I don't think I've seen the cinematic you're talking about. Thoughts on yesterday's cinematic with the Emperor? I don't know what. Is that part of a new show? I need to see it. 'Cause I know there's a. Is there a show? Is there a Warhammer show now or something? But yeah, I don't. I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on that. I haven't seen the movie. Feel free because we live in a crazy world. I don't have the patience to watch the new Marvel movies. Just seeing the scenes, it's very violent. Very violent films have lost all restraint in showing absurd, explicit violence. It's insane for parents to let 10-year-old. I don't remember the Marvel movie. Maybe they've changed. I don't know. Like, I don't. I remember like the Marvel movies being more like kind of like explosions and punches. Like, unless they've changed their tone, but I don't remember that being particularly. Like, I thought the Dragon Show, whatever, the Seven Seal Dragon Blood, whatever that show is with the you guys know what I'm talking about. Throne of Dragons or whatever. Like, that show was a little bit on the extreme end with like the violence, but the Marvel movies I thought were pretty like yeah, it's fine. Like, it's just punching and explosions or whatever, as far as I can remember. I will say though, like I know you're saying like 10-year-olds in violence, and I can't believe it. I watched RoboCop and like Terminator when I was very young, and I think I turned out, you know what I mean? Like, okay, I don't know. I think your context for violence changes as you get older. I see it differently now than when I was a kid. Like, it was visceral and fun when I was a kid, and now it's like less fun. But I don't think it's had. I don't think it's like gave me brain damage to where I became just hyper like into violence. I think you know what I mean? Like, so I think like you really can't, like, RoboCop was very violent and Terminator was violent, and like all of these movies like I watched when I was like around that age, and Critters was violent. It was actually more violent. I went back and rewatched it. It was more violent than I remember, actually. And maybe because when I was a kid, it was like a lot of that stuff was edited out when they were showing it in like Belarus, especially. Like, they probably like cut a lot of that stuff out. So maybe that's why I'm like misremembering how violent it was. But I don't. I also like think like if I had a kid, would I just like cut them off of like any kind of like what you're describing, like a Marvel movie with like punching and explosions? To me, that seems like pretty kind of like chill. Like, that's, you know. It's still crazy. Suffice it to say that in 60s, 70s, people had panic attacks in the cinema. We've become very desensitized. Yeah, but like I'm just imagining like, weren't you just talking about how you were like conquering the world in Total War a second ago? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't know. I'm cool with it. Like, it does desensitize you, but you know it's entertainment. Like, you know, I hope people know in their head like this, the line between I'm consuming a product and violence in real life are like two different things. So to me, it's fine. Like, I probably would be more careful than my parents were with like what they allowed me to see. But to be fair, they didn't know like that RoboCop was playing randomly, and that's, you know what I mean? I don't know. Social media has definitely changed people's perspective, though. It's just out there, so it can be confused so much easier. I do think, like, yeah, I think social media has changed people's like expectations a little. Like, they're expecting like, if you're not 20 with like a Lambo, then like you basically failed. You need to be like looks maxing while like running a multi-billion-dollar company like SpaceX. If you didn't do that by 25, you're basically a total failure. So give up right now. That is like the norm now. Like, so yeah, I don't know. I think in that respect, like social media like confuses people as to like what they can reasonably expect. New Wolverine and Deadpool movies are full of scenes of heads exploding, close-up decapitations, people being chopped up alive. Oh, I need to go see that then. I didn't even watch that. I didn't realize it was. I didn't realize it was so good. I need to go see it. Um, consumed, not uh, consumed, not confused. There are laws on how creatively show violence on. Wait, there are laws on how creatively show violence on shows like this. Like for example, decapitation and headshots were done off screen. Maybe a hint of a shadow of just sounds, but not actual action. That's true, and like I remember watching a documentary about them making Doom 2016, and they said like the only reason they got to get away with what they were showing on screen, with where you're like blowing up creatures' brains and like you're ripping their heads in half, is because they're not humans, they're demons. And so had that been like a Call of Duty game, and you're fighting like people, they're not gonna let you show right like you ripping someone's mouth open with your hands. Like that's not they're only gonna let you do that in the context of two demons. So I don't know, it's fine. Like it's fine. It's a little bit, they push the edge, but it's okay. I'm not super worried about it. The problem is that we're young and can't even imagine the past. Until 1931, it was forbidden to show anything violent or sexy in movies. Yeah, I don't know. I played StarCraft. Like you played StarCraft, right? That game was extremely violent, and everyone is doing fine. I did. What did I just walk? I go here. Recall being scared as a kid, just seeing humans skewed like barbecues in a gaming magazine. Mm, mm, fair, fair. This is why I don't play Mortal Kombat. The first one, I played the. Oh yeah, that was a little scary. Yeah, being like when you fall down on those spikes, that was a little bit extreme. I remember that. I remember being traumatized by that a little bit. I remember that. Yeah. I wouldn't mind so much if it were something consumed by adults. Nowadays, kids are seeing things that would have been unimaginable more than 50 years ago. Nice. Yeah. There you go. Welcome. How's it going? Totally normal conversations. Nothing to see here. People move if along. For professionals. My dad used to let me watch the popular movies of the 90s. I was traumatized by many of them. I went into that too. Yeah, I thought that robot I thought that was like scary at the time. However, I think I would have yeah, you have to be careful, but that was, to be fair, like that was my. Okay, you did start off that sentence with "my dad let me," so we need to preface that like the content is available, maybe it's too readily available, but it was your dad who let you. And my parents were also not watching over me enough to where I went and saw like the violent stuff. So like I'm not against the content being created, but like, and maybe it should be regulated more. But I don't know. It's fine. Like I feel like if you take into context, like I don't know, people's lives in the past. Like we get like traumatizing movies. Let's say like that was the worst thing. And then people in the past, like overall, had lived much more horrific lives. So I think our lot in life has been overall improved. So that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not that big of a deal. And then now parents are more aware. People my age are more. I don't have kids, but I'm saying if I did have kids, I'm more aware of that potentiality. So I maybe wouldn't restrict it more. You see what I'm saying? It's like it's fine. Things are going in the right direction. I think. No monsters today. Well, he's kind. I mean, the tower kind of monsters, right? Sort of. I mean, they're space communists, so. That's true. It's absurd. It should be strictly prohibited for minors. Well, and then you can do that. Like when you have a family, you can say, "I'm never gonna show my kids this." I probably won't show them like RoboCop and Terminator when they're like under 10 years old. But I also don't want to be like hard shut down any fun ever, because you know what I mean. Like no shooter games, nothing. It's like I don't know. I played StarCraft when I was, and that had like Marines just getting blown into bits, and I feel like that didn't really affect me, like that kind of thing. It's kind of like, so I don't know. You're right. To be fair, it was a movie that aired Monday at 10 p.m. They spent the whole week advertising it all day long. Exactly. Yeah. So we can now adjust. Now that we know this stuff, we can adjust. I was underage when my uncles bought me to watch GoldenEye in a movie. I liked the movie, but thinking back, the woman using her skills to subdue Bond is not age appropriate for me. Normally, I remember when I was at my friend's house and there was a sexy scene that came on, they made us do this. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it was a very, like, low protection rate because you could see through your fingers. But yeah, when I was at my friend's house, they were like, hey, like, this is not the scene for you, guys. Like, you gotta look away. So, to be fair, like, when I was at my, you know what I mean? Like, it was like a lightly guarded subject. They did their due diligence where they're like, look away. At least put your hand over your, like, pretend you're not looking kind of thing, It's a horror film focused on extreme torture in close-up. What is? Oh, the Saw. Yeah, I think the Saw is, yeah, definitely don't show the Saw. The Saw is that's crazy. If you can't peek through the finger, as if you can't peek through the finger. Yeah. No, I think like the not like teenagers. I don't think they worried about as much. Like we still had to pretend, but like the younger kids, they did make them like look away. Like their faces had to be turned and stuff like that. It was managed. It was managed. You know what I mean? It wasn't like they were just pretend. Like for the teenagers, it was basically new. We knew what was going on. But Horror was not drawing monsters today, but talking about horror movie. True. Like Cannibal Lecter. Japochi! Hi there, friend. Hey, Japochi. Rini Run says hi. Hey, Rini, how are you? Nice. There was one time when we got invited to a classmate's house. We were working on a project, and his cousin watched an R18 film. What the? And saw woman's frontal nudity. And uncle quickly turned the TV off, bro. Yeah. What the? We don't support that here. Anyway, that's prong, not horror movie. A horror movie for some. No. Kids should be asleep at that time, but some parents just let their kids do what they want. True. I think you can stay up. It's just that like you can't let them watch TV, right? Yeah, I don't know. Like I guess now it is like harder, like because like the TV past 10 p.m. turned into like they played movies that maybe they shouldn't see, but now the internet exists, and the kids are like, unless you're like, you have, it is harder now to like keep them away because you have to have like that set up that restricted internet kind of where they can't leave the sandbox that you want them to be in, right? Like, how do you? I don't know. I don't know how you handle it. It does seem like it's more like it's harder, but at the same time, like I don't know, the tools are there. You just got to figure out how to do it. Uh, how are you? It's how's it going, Yuri? You got clean nail palette. I do. 'Cause I haven't gotten. Well, I got a little mark there. I got a little mark there. Who watches TV? Lol. Well, we're just yeah. I mean, it's I haven't had TV since it has to be it has to have been over 10 years. I haven't had like actual television. Like once I figured out the internet, like once I got the hang of the internet, I never looked back. I'm like, wow, this has everything for free. You need to watch some tunes. Who watches? You need to watch some tunes. Are we winning yet? We are winning. We are winning. Wait, let me put new music. Uh, Noise. These days don't need to see, they just do it. What the? Saw a guy on YouTube driving past elementary schools playing a jingle from a wrong side. All the kids were laughing their heads up. Everyone's watching this crap. What the? How do you know what the kids were watching? They might. You're saying they knew the context in which he was. I don't know, man. Are we winning yet? Happy Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Brando Calrissian. Am I saying that wrong? Brando Calrissian. Oh wait, Brando Calrissian. I just put it together. Thank you. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great day. I did. I actually did. I played video games. I lived. I planted grass into pots. Yeah, it was a great time. Need some tunes? Nostalgic feels nice. Alright, I'm just trying to do like good coverage for the armor here. That's why I keep going over everything, because I keep seeing kind of like black come through, and I need to have a. I made a huge mistake of not spraying him down with like a darker desert yellow as a base layer, and so now I'm suffering because I'm having to go over every single little piece here like a million times to give a standardized like armor look across the board. That was my fault. That was 100% my fault. Glad your Monday is good. Happy Mondays? Yeah, my Monday's good. I might go. I enjoyed playing Inside, the game Inside I was telling you about. So much. I might go play Limbo, the game that originated off of. The other thing I really liked, really liked about Inside is like they kind of use color the same way I do, where in my artwork you just see a hint of some color once in a while, like every few, you know what I mean? I really like how they did that. Just a slight touch of like color here and there paints the world, and it's almost black and white other than that, and I really like how they did that in that game. So it's definitely not aesthetically for everyone. It's definitely kind of like maybe a slightly depressing looking game at first glance. Not to me, I loved it. I was remembering the game similar to that. I know it's Limbo. Yeah, Limbo is I think that's where that kind of style originated from. I played Limbo before. I may have even beaten it. They're very similar in their like, except Limbo's a little bit more. It's a little bit more. Not. I don't think it's concrete. It's more like just a nightmare. Like it's just crazy stuff is happening. Whereas I think Inside had like more of a narrative, science fiction kind of a thing going on. And I really like how you get the world, you understand it without there ever being any text. There's no one telling you anything. But as you go through, especially the little girl underwater, That was, I think, the best. Even actually, that was the first time I tapped out on that game. I stopped playing. I stopped playing inside like many years ago. Like that little girl that swims around that tries to like get you. I tapped out because I couldn't get past this one part. It was really annoying and kind of scary, to be honest. And then, anyway, I got through it this time, and it was I'm trying to remember what happened. Yeah, it was. Yeah, so that was like a big part of a story, but anyway, I don't want to say too much about it for those who haven't played it, but it was really, really great. Like once I got past that part, because of how they use that, because of how they use like that, that the whole they kind of explain some stuff with that in a way where it wasn't like them telling you like there was that was scary, wasn't it? Didn't that give you panic, like just sheer panic attacks? Those swamp lady. Yeah, she was no, you know it in. Oh, you're talking about Limbo. No, I'm talking about the little girl in Inside that swims around. She is, or I think it's a girl, but she's like, yeah, she's like a science experiment basically, and that gave me straight up like instant anxiety, like instant like panic attack. And all the scenes with the dogs, like they gain on you so fast, you know. I don't know. I don't even know how it works. I would buy a beige spray and apply 3 coats of dark beige before starting. Well, I have an electric airbrush. That's how I did it. I just took this paint, made a darker version of it to as a base kind of layer, which was smart. It saved a lot of time. The reason that this is taking so long is because I forgot to do it, and that's why I'm still working on it. Because I'm trying to cover up, instead of having a thick layer that would have covered the black, I am sort of now manually doing it. Yeah, painting an army of yellow armored soldiers is time consuming. Or white, you know, white would be awful too, because I'm gonna add some black here for this part under the armor under his shoulder pads. I want it to be just a tinge darker. We can kind of go down a level here. There was a part where at the end you were walking so slow because of the mud. There was a part at the end where you were walking so slow because of the mud, and she was eager to reach you. Big no. I might need to. I haven't played Limbo in quite a while. I might need to go revisit that game. The other very scary game that I recently I'm never gonna play it because it's way too, like, they got the fear factor to like a perfect state. It's called Routine, and it's one of these moon base gone wrong kind of thing. And there's it has like its own, man, that game is just pure terror. Because you don't have guns. It's one of these, like, you have nothing and the world has everything to kill you. And you're just always like running away and trying to unlock doors and escape into hatches while something is chasing you. And you're figuring out a puzzle as something's coming up to kill you. I'm like, nope. I don't do those games. I'm like, I just, that's way too crazy. Wait, where's my needle? Sorry, my pink needle here. And yeah, so like but routine. I watched a playthrough of it, and I loved it. I loved the aesthetic of the world. I loved the music. It had like, I don't know. And when you find they made like these. I don't want to say too much about it. They had like, let's say, their own version of the entity that they created, and it was like this kind of thing. I don't know. It was definitely a very interesting game. What the? Routine, when is that? It's out. That's been going. That's I've been following that game since 2013. It just came out in December. What? I've been waiting for that game since 2013. I know. Yeah, it kind of came out and no one talked about it. I think it kind of went under the radar. I just happened to notice. I really I like it as a concept. I would have liked that more as a movie than a game, because from the footage I've seen of it, there's zero chance I'm gonna expose myself to like that level of like, it's just too scary, man. Like, I've watched it, I'm like, dude, I'm not doing like puzzles while something is coming up behind me trying to kill me. Like, it's too much. Like, I just can't. But like, I watched it on YouTube, and I got anxiety watching it. So but I love like, as a movie, I think it would have worked a lot better. That's why I only watch playthroughs. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of scary games, I like them. I'm not into like you have no weapons games. Like, you can only run and hide games. Like, I'm not into that. Like, as long as I have a gun, okay, like we'll play that game. But I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I'm a victim. I'm not trying to be a victim the whole time. I love Soma. Soma, I played through half of that, and then I watched. Soma was that was a great game. Soma was a fantastic. That was like one of the darker science fictions like that I really, really, really liked. With the whole that game's been out forever, so I guess I'll talk about it. But the main premise being is they were trying to save humanity. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was a long time, but they were trying to make like, they were basically it was very interesting. Like, they had these robots that didn't know that they were not robots. They were experimenting with putting people inside of machines, but the machine didn't know that the copy of the human inside of the machine didn't realize it wasn't a machine. Like, it like didn't know, even though it could see its limbs and stuff like that. It saw itself as a human, and so like there was this dissonance psychologically. And when they were saving the humans, they went to like what you find out when you save yourself at the end of the game is that the copy of you gets saved, but you yourself are still dying. Like, they saved copies of humanity to like, and it was just like a really dark psychological horror, like one of the best. Like, if you're into that kind of thing, it was like really, really good. Soma was one of my favorite like concepts ever. And then I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah. The other thing is like, and tell me if I misunderstood this. Was the person going crazy, or was don't you find out that you were a robot yourself the whole time too? Because at a certain point, you see yourself in a mirror, and you begin to see that your eyes and your face start to shape into a camera. And I didn't realize. I'm like, is that I couldn't understand. Is that the person realizing that they're crazy, or they're realizing that the entire time they were just a robot too? Like, they never were a human. Because when the person that lives in Canada, they had a brain tumor. It's like, the game starts off with, you have a brain tumor, you go to the doctor, they do an experimental treatment where they make a copy of you, and you end up at that facility. But you never realize until, I think that's what it was, is like the copy of you never realized that you never were a human until late into the game. You sort of start to see like these glimpses of like you were also a copy of a robot the entire game. So it's very like dark, disturbing, like psychological horror. Very, very good stuff though. Loved it. Yeah, Soma, that's another great one. I'm already whining. Back to meeting. Julio, I'm already whining. Nice. Third meeting of the day. Nice. This darker paint is also not giving me great coverage. It's like I'm putting water on there and it's just drying up into like no pigment. Also, Mr. Foros, my 3D printer arrived this morning, but I can't assemble it right now. Maybe later after my work is up. Coolio, what did you order? Is that a bamboo? Did you order the bamboo 3D printer? Is it resin or is it standard? I want to know. I want to know. I ordered BQ-B1C+. Ordered BQ-B1C+. BQ-B1C+. Let me put that into the Googler really quick. B1 is it Russian? Because the first like thing that came up was like all Russian. Заказать характеристики, бренд, страна, производитель Китай. Oh, okay, it's Chinese. Never mind. It's just it's weird. The first site that came up was like a Russian website, but it is manufactured in Китай, so China. Материал печати, пластиковая нить, корпус принтера открытый, диаметр нити 1.5 millimeter. Okay, interesting. What's the resolution on it? How much is it? Oh, it's in rubles. I don't know how to translate like rubles to like real money. Sorry, Russians. I don't know what the ruble exchange. It's 51. So I'm seeing. Well, I don't know what model you got exactly, but it's 51,690 rublets. I don't know what that is in understandable money. Temperature 260 Celsius. The melting point. Nice. Yeah, all these printers are like kind of like good now, right? Like most of these printers, even like the interesting. Okay, cool, very cool. Cool. I have a A1 Mini. Say that again. I think it's Chinese brand, but I selected it because of the print volume. Gotcha. Speak more Russian. Nice. We will. It's when it comes up. I don't want to just like say Russian words for no reason, but that was I was reading Russian as fast as I could, which was very slow. It hasn't. It isn't. It is isn't as user friendly as Bamboo Lab printers. I've been hearing some. I was listening when I was walking my dog. I wasn't. I was half listening, and there's some controversial stuff about Bamboo Labs where if you use their printer, whatever I print has to go to a server to be checked to make sure I'm not printing something they don't like and then comes back. Like I can't just use computer USB printer, which I'm not into that idea. I don't like that at all. So I will never be buying a Bamboo. That's it's just surface level. I don't know really what's going on with the Bamboo whatever, but I don't want like anyone to why do I need to report on what I'm printing? Doesn't I don't like that. So different from anything I've ever seen. It's so like anti like it feels wrong. It's 310 by 310 by 340 millimeter. Is that the volume size? Is that the volume size, or is that's the size, right? That's like the overall size, I'm assuming. Not not the resolution. Anyway, very cool stuff. Very good. I want a 3D printer really bad. I just know it'll sit here. I won't use it. Like I'll use it for the first week. I don't have time. You know what I mean? Like I really want to, but it's like I know that I won't get it to a point where I'll be like use it to make money, and therefore there's like no reason for me to like, you know what I mean? That's my concern, as I'll never like use it in a meaningful way. It's only 200 bucks. Is that $200? Is that what it translates to? That's not bad. How much is 300 millimeters though? How much is like 300? How many inches? Let me look this up. Um, let's do how much is 100 mm 2 inches? 3.9 inches. So let's say 4, 8, 12 inches. 12 inches? You're telling me it's able to print 12 like a like a foot in each direction, like it's a square foot of options. A foot is 12 inches, if my math is correct, right? It's 12, yeah. So it's a foot. It's a square foot essentially. Is what you're telling. It's a square foot for $200. I just need to know the resolution. I just need to know like what the resolution. I mean, 200 bucks, dude. That's a steal, dude. That's a steal. Augusta says so different from anything I've ever seen. To me, I mean, I've never looked at a lot of them, but all 3D printers more or less look the same to me. Like it's just like a square with a thing that slides up and down, and it goes, and there's like a thing. There's like a drive to like motors, and then there's like a reel that it pulls from. Anyway, guys, let me come right back. I'll be right back here in just a second. Um, I'm back. With that was God sound effects. I used to do a really good airplane. You're not gonna believe it, but it was like I used to have a super sick airplane sound effect. I used to do it in high school a lot. I'm not gonna do it now because I'm not like ready emotionally. It's like it's gonna be off. I'm not ready, but I'll do it one day. Sorry, I'm not sure about dual gear. I can't imagine an open 3D printer. Oh, open concept. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do want to like the cool thing about a 3D printer is if you design a Lego block, you can essentially just keep printing your own Lego blocks and build like prototyping stuff easily. Like you're saying $200? That's so reasonable. I guess I like the idea like if you can make your own construction sets and build stuff from that. I know someone who spends his days printing parts for household appliances. The guy's getting rich, bro. You need to get in on. You need to get in on one of these one of these. However, people are getting rich ventures because, or I need to too. Like I'm getting a little jealous of all these of all of these um. Let me find. I don't even get me started. I feel like I'm the only person incapable of making money. True, bro. True. It's not that I'm not able to make money. It's just every time I make money, it's brutal manual labor. That's the problem. It's like I can't make significant amounts of money without like almost killing myself in some like hot like some warehouse just unloading trucks. That's the problem. But yeah, I can make money. Just that's the only pathway. I don't know yet the answer regarding dual drive gear. I'm not that deep into the hobby yet. Nice. Let me find that documentation. Yeah, I wonder how much more of a headache it's going to be like to use like what you're using, kind of like a more of a manual machine. Like, do you have to find your own software? Like, you know, like because you're buying kind of like a kit. You got to set it up yourself. You got to know stuff. You got to, you know. Whereas like the bamboo thing is like ready to go right now. It's just interesting how because you're a smart guy, you're a programmer, so let me know how much of an uphill battle it is to buy a $200 machine, right? Like, making money makes me want to tap out lol every single day. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. But that's like I love life. That's the only problem with life is like the part where I have to make money. Um, Fully you're a programmer. That's cool. Yeah, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I want to know how, like, if someone's a programmer, they can definitely set up a 3D printer. Let me know how much of an issue that was. I was looking for the same info, but I couldn't find. Find it. Nothing serious. All I know for now, it is how it extrudes the filament. But yeah, sadly, I haven't found the answer. I'm not that confident to dismantle the extruder just to find out. Well, the good news is you're gonna have to. Like, when that nozzle gets clogged up, you're gonna have to take it apart. Otherwise, it's gonna spit out junk. next gen tribe. What the? That's high. Nice. Unfortunately, currently I'm mute in meeting. The other day I was talking to Zapata. I asked him if he sold original artwork. He said it never crossed my mind to sell originals. I draw to showcase my talent, and I get jobs based on that. What to answer? Interesting. Yeah. Well, we all have our own path or whatever. It works for him, I guess. So. It still looks a little bright. Like it looks like we're a little bit on the bright side on the monitor. Configure video. Let's do. Brightness. Go down a little bit. He's a brilliant artist indeed, Zapata. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. Sorry. I can't tell. I'm moving the hue and I can't tell. Is this good right here? I don't know. I shouldn't have touched that one. That one's scary. I'm not sure what's happening. Does it look crazy right now? Let's go back to default. And then, okay, hue was at 0. Contrast. Zero with contrast zero with contrast enabled looks best. I was so confused for a moment. Didn't realize you were changing stream display settings. I thought the damn thing was adjusting itself. No, no, that would be crazy if it was like I was just playing around with the settings because it looks so different than when I was doing it before. It just looks like the picture looks different than I remember it looking. So I'm like, am I just losing my mind over here, or? Oh wait, I'm gonna check something really quick.
Without a dream in my heart, without a love of my moon. You saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. You knew just what I was there for. You heard me saying a prayer for someone I really care for. And then they suddenly appeared before me, the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And I looked, the moon had turned to gold. Blue moon, now I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own.
Beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me. My lover stands on golden sand and watches the ships that go sailing. Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there watching for me. If I could fly like birds on high, then straight to her arms I'd go sailing. It's far beyond the star, it's near beyond the moon. I know beyond the doubt my heart will lead me there soon. Beyond the shore, we'll kiss just as before. Happy we'll be beyond the sea, and never again I'll go sailing.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie, hokey smoky. I'm trying to fast for 24 hours every day. What a nightmare. So only eating... so you're basically eating once every 24 hours. Am I understanding that correctly? Or are you saying you wait 24 hours, eat, and then wait another 24 hours? Yeah, no, you're eating once a day, is what you're saying, right? That is that's a rough go. I will say I stopped doing that because of how a giant meal every 24 hours. Right, once a day. Right. Anyway, so yeah, I did it for a little. I did it for like, and you know what? The thing is I was just, I wasn't able to be productive because it's like I needed more like energy. Unless maybe like eventually like it would have stabilized, but I felt like I was just gonna keep getting skinnier and just keep getting sleepier. Like I needed to like eat. Like even without carbs, like, as long as I eat more than once every 24 hours. And then the other thing is that after 3 days or so, like you kind of don't feel like you kind of can't eat a big meal because your stomach like shrinks. So it's hard to fit in enough food to like sustain that for too long. I think fasting is really good. I think it's really good. Probably, like I'm told. And I felt it or something, but and I've heard good results from people, but I don't think you can just live that way, probably. At least for me, my weight is just not sustainable. I would lose too much weight, so. I won't do it for more than a week. Yeah, I mean, it's good to like probably like clear out your cells, like, you know what I mean, get the bad stuff out of your body, give your body a chance to like get stuff out of there. Doing, you know, 1 meal a day for a week, and then yeah, probably taper that off. I just don't think it's sustainable. Or I didn't eat for 3 days. I was very sleepy and tired the whole time. Like, as one would think. You don't consume flour-based products or bread, it's almost impossible to gain weight that way. Yes, yeah, it's very, very difficult. It's not that I never do, but I'm just saying 99% of the time I don't. But yeah, it's very difficult. But when I was younger, it didn't matter what I ate. Like I could just eat whatever it didn't affect my weight one way or the other. Now if I eat bread, like if I go buy 2 loaves of bread and I start making cheese sandwiches with butter every day, my weight's gonna go up now. But before it didn't matter. But right now my weight is going down slowly, so I might reintroduce. Oh my god, First Transit, good afternoon, my guy. How's the stream? Oh, it's going super good, man. We are doing really good. Moving forward. When I was a kid, I didn't eat much. That was the problem. Yeah, I actually love the work. Thank you, First Trans. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. When I was a kid, I didn't eat much. You know, I don't think I actually ate as much as I thought. I probably didn't eat. To be a muscular teenager, you have to eat a lot of meat. To gain fat, you need to eat lots of junk food. That's probably true. Coolio hits me with he wants up. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I think that's true. I think when I was a kid, I was one of these kids where if I was working on something, like some project, I just wouldn't eat for, like, you know what I mean? Like I wouldn't even, like, you know how your hunger goes away when you're like locked in? And I think I was locked in a lot. Not anything useful, obviously, but like I don't think I ate as much. But even if I did, it seemed like it, you know, now I can put on weight. I just have to reintroduce bread into the diet. But I'm just not right now. I'm not doing bread, but I might later. That's where I'm at right now with that. But I might later tonight. I might re-download Limbo and play that game, because I kind of want to re-experience Limbo. I miss it.
To tell me I was building a dream, and so I followed the mark.
I got you, Tap. Thank you, man.
When there was earth to plow,
It's really true that modern flour is poison. What the? Seems like you gain the same amount of fat as you consume in bread. Yeah, yeah.
with peace and glory ahead.
I just know I'm not willing to start a farmstead to make my own bread. I'm just not willing to do it. If I do buy bread, I buy like the nice expensive bread that's like darker. You know what I mean? It's got like that, like it's got seeds in there, and that lets me know that that's good bread or something. I don't know.
Made it race against time. Once I built a railroad, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime? Once I built a tower up to the sun, brick and rivet and lime. Once I built a tower, now it's done. Brother, can you spare a dime? Once in khaki suits, gee, we look swell, full of that Yankee doodly-dum. 500,000 boots went slogging through hell, and I was the kid with the drum. Say, don't you remember? They called me Al. It was Al all the time. Why don't you remember? I'm your pal. Say, buddy, can you spare it now?
Just kidding, haha, but I have to Google Translate.
Once in khaki suits, ah, gee, we look swell, full of that Yankee doodly-dum. 500,000 boots went slogging through hell, and I was the kid with a drum. Say, don't you remember? They called me Al. It was Al all the time. Hey, don't you remember? I'm your pal. Buddy, can you spare a dime?
This message is automatic. I thought it would translate to English, but no, I have to reconfigure my Twitch. Nice. I'm back from the meeting. Damn, almost 3 hours of just meetings. Man, when do you even program with all these meetings? You know? When do you have time to program over there? What the?
It's bad for me. I fell till you whispered to me, completely left on the shelf. But since you started to move me, I'm just crazy about myself.
It's fine. I knew other Brazilian streamers, so I have more or less knew what they are saying. You know Brazilian, or what did they I forget what they speak over there in Brazil. What was it? The forget what language they speak. Portuguese, right? Portuguese.
I fell till you whispered to me, completely left on the shelf. But since you started to move me, I'm just crazy.
Isn't it weird how easy it is to understand a language, like in the early stages, versus to actually be able to speak it or write? And well, I mean, writing is basically impossible, but like it's kind of crazy. Like even with like code, I can read code, and then when it comes to writing, I'm like, nope, hard shutdown. What the? I'd rather code, by the way. Me too, buddy, if I knew how. I'm still, just, by the way, just so you know, Coolio, I am still bashing my head against the coding thing. Like, I'm not skipping days. I still do an hour of what I call learning. You know what I mean? I'm still trying. Well said. Part is the higher you are on the ladder, the less time you want you to touch your keyboard and just yap and decide on things. Well, Coolio, that means you're succeeding, right? Like, if I was, let's say, that makes sense, right? Like, they want to get you out of the caves, the salt mine caves. You don't need to swing the pickaxe anymore. Like, it makes sense that you would be like, if you've shown you know what you're doing, you can now direct the people who know what they're doing more efficiently because you know what's going on. So that makes sense. And actually, this is a good sign. Now you're turning me around on this idea. I think it's good. I think you need to go into you need to kind of start moving into management positions. I think I like that idea. I really wish I could assist you, but the thing is, my personal machine is busted. Oh no! I'm not saying that to like lure you into my thing. I'm just saying that I'm not giving up, but I'm not trying to be like, oh, you should help me, like, at all. I'll figure it out, or I won't. But it's fine. You know what I mean. I'm not.
only have. But God bless the child that's got his own. That's got his own. Money, you got lots of friends crowding round the door. When you're gone and spending ends, they don't come no more. It's relations here.
I'm sorry, guys. I thought of something really funny. I had to walk away to get the laughter out. Oh, I can't tell you what it is. Sorry. I literally had to. I had to walk away. It was too funny, and if I say it, I'll get banned. I had to just walk. I'm sorry. I had to just walk away. No, I can't tell you. My 40-year-old programmer friends are making so much money. They're starting to live like truly wealthy people. Augustus, what the? Same. But good for them. I've never seen Yuri laugh like that. Nice. Replace the word money with junk and that's me. No, Coolio, no. Anyway. Alrighty, I feel a lot better now. Tell me the polished version? I just can't now. I almost died. It was so funny. I had to walk. I almost died just now. I had to drink water, really. Like, it was that funny.
Just walking in the rain, getting soaking wet, torture in my heart. I try to forget, just walking in the rain, so alone and blue.
I don't have a car, and that's like peak. What a symbol of being wealthy. Oh, in the Philippines, like having a car is like a big thing. Yeah, I'm trying to get out of the car game. See, in America, you just can't survive. The problem is you can't live without a car. I want the electric scooter life. The problem is, okay. So there's a couple. I can use my feet in America. To get places, but you cannot walk from one side to the other of town and not get like yelled at, or some weird thing or will happen, or like something will get thrown at you. Like, you look like people just assume like you do drugs because you're not in a car. If you do the scooter life, it's kind of like in that legal, or bike, you're in that legal gray zone where you're not allowed to be on the sidewalk. You're supposed to be driving along with the cars for some reason on the side of the road, and you just have to hope a drunk doesn't take you out one day. So that's if you're like into the bike life, those are your options. Now you can get a car, which is very expensive. I'm just curious why you reset that. You don't have that beautiful cyberpunk motorcycle anymore. Well, the motorcycle still requires insurance, tags, gas, oil, tires, yada yada yada. Right? Like a bicycle is like, you change the tires, right, or whatever. You lube up the chain, max. So it's a lot easier. Oh, sorry, I'm out of frame here. I keep scooting him over. You don't have that beautiful cyberpunk motor. Have you ever thought you could solve many problems by earning more money? It's... I mean, it's like, I just want time to, like, what I want to do, right? Like, it's more... I don't have a problem... Like, if life was infinite, it'd be fine to, like, just... It just takes a lot of time to go to work. And then you don't have, like, the energy to propel your projects because you're tired. And so, like, that's the issue. But, it's a lot easier when you have money. I don't know how people... Like, the people that go to have a job and then they build a business on the side, my mind is blown. Because I don't have the energy to, like, build a business. I'm tired. I'm very impressed by those, like, psychopaths that can do that. My plan is to annoy you live on stream until you create a business-based art. Nice. Did you call him psychopath? That's what it takes. That's what it takes, bro. That's what it would take to, like, make a business while going to, like, a full-time job. I would be part of that, but I've just evicted my tenants. You're just in a transient state. You can. Yeah, no, I'm trying to... I think it's property ownership... I'm not saying psychopaths, like, I'm just saying just the amount of, like, mental drive it takes to leave work. Let's say you work... Because it has to be a 40... Like, anything past 40 hours, it's... Like, if you're working 60 hours, there's not enough hours to build a thing. Because you have to sleep and take showers and eat. So it has to be like a normal-ish hours, like 40 to 45 hours. To do that 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, then your weekend is... You have to hit your weekend really hard. And, like, every weekend for, like, 5-10 years. Like, I'm like, that takes psychopathic drive to be like, that's what I'm gonna do. And that's what it takes, right? Like, but I'm just saying, I don't think I could do it. As I told you, if someone contacts you, if you own property, there's a lot of... I think if you just inherited it and it was already going, that's different than, like, you bought a property with your money, you set up tenants, you set up the legal infrastructure to do it, you had a company check those people. I think that's a little different. It's a lot harder to set that up than if you inherit. Obviously, if you inherit, like, a bunch of buildings where people are renting, then you don't have to work. Then you just manage. I'll take care of business part. As I told you, if someone contacts you, tell them please talk to my agent. Redirect them to Jiboshi. Right? Yeah. I think he's busy too now. I get so annoyed seeing serious artists saying what it takes to start art-based business. However, all businesses are like that. There's so much thing as easy. There's no such thing. True. You're right. It takes a lot of skill, a lot of networking, a lot of yes. I think some people do blow up. Like probably there was like a quiet artist. Someone probably has that story where they like didn't intend, but they just blew up on social media and things just kind of like a deal came at them to sponsor a they just you know what I mean. But most of the time it takes like it's an uphill battle. It's sad part is wait. The sad part wait. Sad part is doing art and selling art are two different disciplines. True, yeah. Yes. Squint away. Those who do stuff on the side are those who work 2 hours and then just wait for time to go home low. Or they do it at work, right? I don't know. I believe there's people who do. They do it like they work at work and then yeah, I wouldn't be able to like with the jobs I had like I was using those days off to restore my health to like go back to work, and then once in a while I would have energy, you know. So I'm just saying I'm impressed. The people who can do it. I'm impressed. You guys, I'm not saying they're psychopaths as if like they're psycho like they didn't earn it. I'm just saying I'm not saying they didn't earn it. I'm just saying like I don't know. You have to push yourself really hard for a long time. My next life, I want to be an indoor cat. Sign me up for that deal, but not weird and abusive. Like I just chill all day. I want to be an indoor cat in my next life. I'm tired of hustling. But that's how it is. Every business has the aspect of generating service or a product and selling it. There's no easy path. Yeah, I watched some YouTube vids and some business owners that own and mom and pop shops are saying that they are married to the business. Yeah, I knew a guy when I was a kid in high school that he ran a restaurant that his parents started, and he started working there when he was a teen, and he said it took his life, like in a sense, like the restaurant basically. In a sense that like restaurants are notoriously hard though. It takes a lot of like being there, a lot of mental effort, a lot of stress. But he said like it was kind of a blessing, like he inherited a business, but at the same time his life went into that restaurant. He became, you know.
To build a dream on. I'm alone with my fancy. I'll be with you, weaving romances, making believe they're true. Oh, give me your lips for just a moment, and my imagination will make that moment live. Give me what you alone can give, a kiss to build a dream.
I watched some YouTube videos and some business owners that own. Oh wait, it might be the parents' passion, but if the kid does not want to inherit business, then it just die out. Well, that's why a lot of things do die out, right? Like, it's not always failure. Sometimes it's like, yeah, I don't want to run a bit. Like, I don't want to be a restaurant owner, right? but in his case, he joined the military, and then I think after the military, he just came back and started running it.
With my fancy, I'll
What the?
be with you. Even romances make you believe they're true. Oh, give me lips for just a moment, and my imagination will make that moment live. Oh, give me what you will often give. I'll kiss the pill I dream of.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath the moon and under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day, night and day, under the hide of me. There's no such hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my night making love to you night and day, day and night. Night and day, there's no such hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my night making love to you day and night, night and day.
They try to tell us we're too young to really be in love. They say that love's a word we've only heard, but can't begin to know the meaning of. And yet we're not too young to know this love will last, though years may go.
Lots of success stories, lots of failed dreams too. I met a guy who inherited 3 shopping buildings when he was 27 years old. Yeah, I bet he like. It'd be funny if he was like teaching people about how to be successful in business. Like, well, what you gotta do is inherit a functional, profitable business and chill. Oh, you didn't do that? That's gonna be rough. If that didn't happen to you. Next time, do that. Next time, be born into wealth. Anyway, the owner needs to know about cooking. Needs to have toasted best cuisine, and the cook needs to be a legend. Both need to work frantically every day. The restaurant I worked in was not like that. It was more of a, let's say, more basic than that. It was maybe on the level of like it wasn't what you're just like. It wasn't. It was like Midwestern America level of food. Like, it wasn't bad food or anything. It just wasn't like there was no exquisite cuisine. It was like something. It was like I don't even know how it was American Midwestern food put together quickly. Office mate actually set up a restaurant that way. He isn't the cook, and the cook resigned. He can't do any hands-on work because he has his own employment, and I think he has difficulty replacing the cook. Yeah, true. The guy spent his days at a fancy bakery recovering from nights out with his 12 girlfriends. Right.
I love you too much.
Yeah, it helps when you inherit wealth to be wealthy. Like, just inheriting wealth, it like super helps with that.
Down in your heart.
I believe his cook, a relative, that he will take a few days off and then come back. Restaurants are rough, man. I wash dishes. It's actually, like, washing dishes was alright, but I mean, it's kind of like the cook line was like, there's yelling, things are falling, there's orders coming in, fix the order, you know, because you have like nothing, then a bunch of people come in and like start stuff happening, and look, it's hard. Running a business is hard, especially like a restaurant business. Like, you have to be really passionate about it, because I would not sign up for that. I would not sign up for that. Man, I do need to remember though for next time to use my little spray paint thing for the base, because the reason I'm taking so long in this model is because like I didn't do that, and I had to spend like 8 hours covering the black, essentially, like to get the yellowish armor, desert armor, to show up, essentially. That's why I went into art. In theory, it's the easiest, cheapest, and least risky thing in the world. What? You have to be passionate. What the? I thought you went into art because you like passion and heart and like something about something, you know. 12 girlfriends in this economy? True, yeah.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying how do you do. They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They're like much more than I ever knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Maybe you'll think of me when you are all alone. Maybe the one who is waiting for you will prove untrue. Then what will you do? Maybe you'll sit and decide, wishing that I
At
would.
least that gun's starting to look good. He was earning around 300k in rent every month. What the? That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. 300k. Man, that's what I need. That's the kind of money I need. My cousin gave me a reality check at a young age of 7 when I told her I will draw pictures for money, and she said, okay, try to go out now and try to sell it to anyone, and it hit me hard, bro. I don't know, I feel like she should have probably maybe been a little nicer. Seems kind of mean, but yeah. He can make his own ecosystem with that kind of money and girlfriends, yeah. I never deluded myself for a second that it would be easy. I always knew you had to reach the top 25%. And even as a child, I drew between the ages of 7 and 17. I knew my drawings were crap, that I would never get there. Hmm.
Wishing that I were near, then maybe you'll ask me who can I forget? And maybe I'll say maybe.
Well, at least I started getting into the edge highlighting on this model. I don't think I made as much progress as I would have liked, but damn, this paint is like, it wants to go in the crevices. I'm definitely gonna be more careful with like cleaning stuff up next time. first transit. Nice, thank you for the emojis. Don't get me wrong, she's my favorite cousin, but she put her foot down on my stupid dream. Well, you know. Who knows how it would have worked out, right? That's because 20 years ago, the art market was so much smaller and less professional. 40 years ago, Yuri would have been among the top 100 in the world. What the? The classmate did a smaller move. A classmate did a similar move. She brought a sticker set and tried selling individual stickers for double the price and said to myself, hell no. But didn't voice it out because I don't want to be rude. I'll tell you, I've met so many people who have done very well with simple ideas, and to be fair, their brilliant idea could be seen as something idiotic at first. I think that's true. I think sometimes an idea can seem, or yeah. Keep imagining the guys who came up with the idea for Pokemon and Dragon Ball or superheroes back in the 50s, 80s. They must have seen a lot of people laughing at in their faces. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Probably some of that stuff. I'm surprised that Pokemon kind of became what it became. I never would have thought that it had the legs to kind of keep becoming a cultural. For the people who care, like, Pokemon is a bigger thing now than when I was a kid. And, like, it's grown since then, but I would have thought Pokemon was gonna remain like a Game Boy game and then like some cartoon or something. But now they got cards, like it keeps expanding. It keeps being like a thing that's bigger. And I am shocked at the fact that that franchise is like keeps expanding, and I don't know. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that I would not have thought that it had like that it had what it would take to.
Maintenance reports tunnel 3. Immediately, tunnel 3.
And as far as I can tell, like Pokemon never gave up its identity, right? It never followed like trends. So. You guys remember that cell phone game they had for a minute where you could like go in a real world and find Pokemon?
Security sweeps are happening, but don't expect too much.
Like for a hot second there, like everybody and their mom was doing it. I don't know whatever happened to that, but they should have had like the hardest to find Pokemon at Area 51 or something. Like you have to go to Area 51 to like catch like Pikachu. You are right, most of them were just ideas back then. Hopes, Dreams, Gorilla Glue, and Murder Along the Way. Joke on the last part. Oh, Pokemon Go, it died the same year. Sad. Did it die? I mean, is it still like you can still download the app, or what was it like the legal issues that was the issue? Like what? Why did it die? Because I mean, it was so big, like it was so popular. I can't imagine either Yu-Gi-Oh! Then I thought it was just a copy that would disappear. Nowadays it's a there's a crazy. Yeah, the Yu-Gi-Oh! That's another one. Right, like Magic. Well, like yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like layered on top of what already existed. Like there's already card games like that out, and then Yu-Gi-Oh! Came along, and the Yu-Gi-Oh! One surprised me. The fact that had legs. Maybe there's more like card game like energy, you know what I mean? Maybe I should start my own cards. The fan base died the same year. They had a surge, yeah. I would have thought that game would have. I think it's the same thing as like, you know how they made Counter-Strike come back with by having like skins and like. I'm not even sure like what keeps Counter-Strike. Because Counter-Strike was slowly dying, and then they did Counter-Strike Go. Like they kind of they did like whatever they did. They like now Counter-Strike is slowly growing, right? They like figured out some formula that it's slowly becoming like it's growing over time for Valve. And I actually don't like Counter-Strike myself that much, but I think when things die, it's not because fundamentally the game has gotten. I think you just get to a point where there's nothing to like do in the game. Or whatever, or the thing to do is like too hard, and then like there's no progression. I don't know, but they failed. They failed. I think that had so much potential, man. Like that seemed like that was like you were outside. You had to go to certain places to get certain Pokemon. It seemed like it was like such a great innovation in terms of like having. Like activity, like a reason to go outside and technology, like in the same basket. I thought that was such a great idea that they like kind of connected the dots there, and it seemed like it was like magic in a bottle or whatever, man, like lightning in a bottle idea, and then somehow they dropped the ball. Like I think they fundamentally like didn't do enough. Maybe they should have had like where you can like, could you the captured Pokemon? Could you like go battle people that also had their Pokemon, like. Set up a place, like a park would become a gym where all the people would show up to battle each other's Pokemon later. Like, they needed to do something. I don't know. But that was such a good thing. They still continued, but the fan base didn't reach their highest peak again, probably during pandemic when... Oh! Oh. They have Steam as a company, not the game as... Oh, yeah, the pandemic. That's so true. That is such a good point. The pandemic probably, like... And I know there was, like, some legal issues, because people would go to certain places for the Pokemon that they weren't supposed to, like, people's yards, to be in a certain zone. And then, like, the police would have to be like, it doesn't matter if you're playing Pokemon, you can't be here. Pokemon Go has generated approximately $8 billion in revenue from the launch in 2016 until mid-2025, yeah. I thought that, like, the thing I liked about that concept is the fact that you had technology and going outside. Like, the concept of, like, you had to go outside to do the thing on your phone. I thought that was a genius idea. And I remember seeing people walking around looking. You could tell they were playing Pokemon. I remember seeing that. And a buddy of mine, I worked with him, and then, like, he lost a bunch of weight. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm just outside looking for Pokemon all day. After work, so... It worked very well. It worked very well, and yeah. It's kind of stupid, though. Playing a game is not an excuse to trespass. Well, yeah, sometimes it's like, let's say I have to step on your yard to get, like, a very rare Pokemon. Oh, the other thing I think that might have killed it is people using VPNs to change their location or whatever. They, like, figured out a way to instead of going places, you could, like, trick the phone into, like, changing its location, so you could just go to the most rare areas to go get whatever Pokemon you wanted. And if the game didn't have a way to stop that, then you would just you know what would have completed the circle is, like, have a game where you have to go outside to look for stuff. Then, let's say your home is your farm. You set up your home location as your farm. You go look for certain things that you can, like, grow a garden. Like, you go find things outside. You grow a garden, and then have a marketplace on your phone for things you grow to sell as goods. Like, have, like, basically, like, a fake cozy farm, like Stardew Valley, but, like, with, like, Pokemon. Or whatever, with that Pokemon model, where you have to go outside and find certain things. And if you find creatures or plants you can grow, you bring them back, you reproduce them, you sell them on the market, have, like, a little economy going with real money. That game would just take over the world. I don't remember having... I don't think they did. Oh, yeah, I don't know how they generate... I don't know what their revenue model was. I don't know how they made money, but... They definitely... I know people who looked very skinny after they got a hold of that game. Anyway. Just so you can imagine, the Walking Dead franchise has generated $2 billion globally across various media. Oh yeah, that's a huge one. I've never really watched The Walking Dead. I've never watched it. But yeah, that's a big franchise too. Anyway guys, I'm at 4 hours. I'm gonna go for tonight. I'm gonna go do some stuff that's not model related. I don't know, this model is going, like, super slow. This one is like, I feel like I'm like, it just feels like I'm in molasses mode on this one. Oh, we'll get them done. We'll do what it takes to get this one up to the standard of the other models, and just for some reason it's going real slow. Anyway, I'll let you guys go. I just remember they had a tie-in on some places to put a poke stop or some actual events for special items. Gotcha. Alright guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Pokemon had revenue. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, no problem. Alright guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go do some work today. And yeah. Maybe next time I'll stream me doing finishing the gate artwork or something. Bye, man. Have a great day. Yeah, you too, guys. Everyone have a great one. Bye.